Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly, and I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Oh no,
If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah, we could be taking control, yeah. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we We try to be a negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. If we try to believe in anything greater than a miracle, it wouldn't be this difficult. If we try to be a negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah. Negative bull, yeah. We could be taking control, yeah.
All right, it's stream time. Welcome to a Tuesday stream. where we work on, got a few things set up, ready to go. First things first is we do need to supercharge the orange pylon. Orange pylon is the last of the 4 energies that we need for these furnaces that we haven't supercharged yet, because we already did purple and yellow previously, and then the blue one yesterday. And so we're gonna go ahead and just do that real quick. Binding crystals in the middle, and then do these 4 here. Red on the left, yellow on the right. The other one's on the top side, and go. Okay. And now we need the 2 of these. This. Open up a 5th slot so we can get that. Feel like I'm missing something, but we'll see. I am missing something. What? It was a dust, wasn't it? Oh, sorry, diamonds in the middle. And then 6 of these elsewhere. Right. 8 diamonds. So, let's go ahead and grab some. You're already seeing some of the stuff that I did, sort of later after I took a break after stream, and then also, the fruits of my labor this morning. But, effectively, we only need, I made a couple more ME drives, 3 of them. And then I also filled up the rest of this with a bunch of 16 drives and made another 64. And I added this crafting unit too to get the auto crafting started up. The pattern terminal appears for making the patterns for the things that we want to craft. And then the interface terminal tells me all the different things that I can craft that I have in any of the interface terminals at all. And or interfaces at all. Like, this is an interface that has a certain number of things. This is where normal crafts are done. At least some of them. Anything that I put in this particular interface will get crafted in here if I request it. And so now, like, we will be crafting the rest of these drives into 16s for now, as well as 1 more 64 fluid. But for the moment, that's where we're at. We'll finish doing that later. Looks like that's still going. Let's see. One of the big things that I'm looking forward to today is well, one of the things I want to do is I want to move this. This pulse jet furnace doesn't need to be this far away. We're gonna reset the performance engine, I think, right here as it was before, but then do the thing with this but right here, so we can have it sort of like in a decent spot to not be totally in the way, a little bit more clean, and be able to use it pretty much anytime we want to, rather than just like leaving it off all the time. Though, to be fair, it does use jet fuel, and so I kind of don't want to do that anyway, so we'll worry about that in a little bit. The other thing that I want to do is I want to refactor this whole setup here with the diamond chests and everything, so that it uses the ME system instead of the conduits here, which means we need to do a bit more work, but that's fine. Also, in the process of that, I'll probably want to automate the Certus crystals and stuff too. Oh, the power crystals are done. Luckily, orange is really close by, I believe. see. Yeah, it's right there. So let's go and supercharge that one for our 5th supercharged crystal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't see the other one because another purple showed up over there. But purple is also supercharged. Let's come down here to our Orn pylon. Clean off all those little bits there and throw on power crystals. And now it is supercharged. So now we have yet another pylon that is in our network at maximum capacity. Perfect. And with this transmutation flame, I wonder if this is making purification powder. Just needs black and white. Or low. Glowstone dust has everything in it. Let's do it for fun. I wonder if this will actually work or if it's still not enough. So we come over here, get right up next to the transmutation flame, and just huck all of it in. Did it work? Oh my. Sorry, what? Do I want food? Yeah, I'll take food. I'll take food. Okay. Alright. So I made a bunch of purification powder. Got the new set in there. And glowstone powder. Can I not put in more glowstone powder? Because it's not pure and— ah! Stop it! That hurts! A lot! Dick. Eat it. Okay, it's done. Hey Jeebus, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. I'm currently getting zapped by my own creation. I'm doing pretty okay. Not a lot of stuff really going on at the moment. In terms of— where did I— there it is. We're at an interesting point in the Minecraft world, which I'm kind of happy about, where there's like a lot of different high-end things that we can start working on now. And a lot of the old stuff that we have has plenty of room to be improved with the stuff that we now have access to. So it's just a lot of random little things to do, and it kind of excites me a little bit. But like, for example, this thing right here. I added a crafting unit to my ME system now, with the interfaces and the molecular assemblers, and so I can just come in here and be like, oh, you know what? I want to make another 16 drive. So let's 16k storage component. Craft 1, and then it'll tell me if I can craft it or not, and then boom. It does the thing over here. It's like, oh, crafting things, done. And then I can come over here and do storage. On the 16k, I still need to add like this pattern. Oh, sorry. There we go. Misclick. Shift click. And so it'll automatically craft like whatever I want for it now. It's fun. I like it. And super handy. So that's the sort of system that we're gonna use if we don't want things crafting all the time. This is this is one of the two things that we use to, or this one is things we craft 100% of the time, either to save space or craft an item we're never going to use into something that we are going to use. And then this one is where we've got our sustain. So it's like we're not using these all the time, or we don't want to keep crafting these all the time continuously. But when we're running low on some of these, we want to like increase the number that we have. So like 128 bases, 128 sticks, stuff like that. It's I want to go to 64 gears. The rest of that should be okay. How many of these are we doing? 4 of each of those? Do 8 on those. It's basically, now that the resource gathering thing is fully automated, going on like over here, we have incredible amounts of iron and steel. And it's still not slowing down. Like it's trying to go through all the iron that we're gathering. I started it when it had, I think, 600 ores in there, and now it has 700 ores, and it's been processing it the whole time. So we're getting more iron into the system than we're putting out. So it's definitely interesting. But I'm also kind of super happy about it, so that's how it is. Eventually we'll get enough power into this thing where this thing goes nuts and can beat the thing downstairs, but right now it can't. And for that we're gonna need like a jet engine attached up here or something to this setup, so that oh, we actually could do a jet engine setup right here, honestly. Because right now, the amount of torque that we need in order to achieve this is 1024. Let's see. Calculation. 8192 times 1024 is 8.3. Okay, so we need 1024 torque in order to achieve maximum efficiency. And then in here, like, it's just speed after that point. And the gas turbine puts out 1024 Newton meters of torque at 67 megawatts. And because that means that we don't even need to increase this at all. Like I can connect this directly to this without using lubricant, just connect it right here and then block this off, and hopefully nothing flammable is behind it. Maybe point it a different direction, like that way, and then use a bevel gear. But either way, like it'll provide a hefty quantity bonus to our jet fuel, because right now we've got this going. So I guess, can I limit what goes into a cell, actually, now that I think about it? This will be fine for me to play with for the moment. If I throw this in here, I go in, this becomes a terminal. So I don't think I can. Extra cells. Fixtures. Fluid things. Fluid interface. Doesn't look like I can. But I guess I could make it so that like one of these things gets a redstone signal when we don't need any more. Like over a certain amount in the ME system, and then it'll just turn off. Which I think will work pretty good, actually. Being said, can I actually toggle the engines themselves with redstone? I know I can do it with DC electrics and stuff, but can I do it with like steam engines? I don't have any spare levers, so let's make one real quick. Oh, also, like, this whole setup isn't even being used anymore. This thing isn't even... none of this is being used. Well... yeah, so redstone doesn't actually affect that, so... let's go ahead and actually reclaim pretty much all of this. Because that reservoir of lubricant isn't being used. None of that lubricant's being used anymore. Leave magnetism off. Water. I can just do that to put it out. Wait. Alright, now let's go ahead and start making this a lot easier on ourselves. That's the end of that water source entirely, and now we just reclaim all this. It'll be useful to be able to reuse all this stuff later. There's even like a couple friction heaters behind here and stuff. And it sort of cleans up the central space. And dump it back in the ME system. And this other thing of lubricant. We'll just attach somewhere in the existing system. It's like right here. More lubricant above her, because we can always use more lube. Thing's still on. It is still on. I don't need this pump. I thought I would need it, but I don't currently. So we'll just put that there, and it should stop trying to do the thing, because we have an insane amount of lubricant. It's literally, you know, around 70 buckets in every little square of all the lubricant tubing. That's way too much lubricant. So I guess it was helpful having it do that though, because then this was empty. Actually, no, we'll keep it like that because that was actually kind of handy to have. So I'm going back on what I said before. There we go. And now it processes everything again. Okay. So, we did supercharge the orange pylon, so let's go ahead and take that off the list already. How are we looking on Certus stuff? Actually looking not bad. Do I have the ability to make 2, 4, 6, 8, plus another 9, so 17, 16? Now we still need more of the gold ones and more pure Certus quartz crystals. So I can craft the dust, which means I can craft the things. So how are we doing on this line? That line is our 2 of 8, so we can have quite a few channels left on that one. So we'll need an ME interface. You know what? Let's get these patterns done. I don't think I have these done yet. That one. It's the formation core, and then we need the annihilation core. Sweet. And those are just normal crafts. So we can throw those at, well, one of them in there. We need to set up another ME interface. So let's one more interface, and then I also need the material. Not material. Molecular assembler. So we're making 5 more of these. Let's see if we can do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, also what I want to do is I want to, just in case I need to manufacture those things again, I want to have more patterns. But what patterns should I use? Crafting table is going to be what it is. We'll just ignore the crafting table for now, and then we will do the interface. So that. Oh, we need more annihilation core. Okay. So that's how that's handy. Is now I can set that and do this. So now we can get those two crafting automatically, and then the molecular assembler also. I need a crafting table for. That's going to be the only annoying part, is if I want to make crafting tables easy, I have to make 16 patterns, or however many different types of wood there are. Which isn't, like, that cumbersome, I guess, but it's not fun either. Bullock. Okay, so now we can grab some of our cabling. Throw that back in there for now. And just in case this breaks line of sight on stuff, we do have ones going elsewhere. This repeater down here, so if for some reason breaks line of sight on this one, I don't think it does, so should be good there. It can bounce around. There we go. Now we can make those. And now I want to make some patterns. Make some more of those patterns here real quick. Make like 30 more. Zoom. Okay, so now we can pull out the patterns, throw them up in here. Now I want to get the different seeds, and these are going to be processing patterns because the where are they? Right, these ones. These are special kinds of things where we need some Certus quartz dust. Do I have Certus, Nether, and Fluix already up here? I do. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm going to need an interface for this machine here. And we are out of panels on that one. So the one that goes under there, we could pull a line off of. run it underneath, and then through the back of this to there. That would work. Let's see. We're gonna need another interface. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're gonna need it in flat mode. Right here. That'll be attached to this charger. And then with that we can also remove all this random stuff. Remove the things in there. And then one of the things that we want to do is add a pattern that makes charged Certus. So we do a processing pattern with the charged or the uncharged crystal. And then we throw a charged crystal here and grab that pattern. Now there is no actual crafting recipe for that specifically, but if you put the ME interface here, it'll have the pattern here, and now it thinks, once it's connected up to the system, that if it puts an uncharged crystal into here, it'll get a charged crystal back out, which it will. This is 100% true. So, another thing that I want to do is I need some quartz or glass cables. And I want to be able to autocraft these as well. So, your fluix is correct, but I don't have this. And for that, I'll want to use Certus dust if I can. I think. You know what? I could. Actually, no. I'm gonna end up with way more Certus quartz crystals than anything else because I'm auto farming the or rather, not auto farming, but the You are such a lab cat today. Take that, toss that one in there. And then we'll craft one of them. And then we will grab the glass cable, craft. Note that it makes pure fluix crystals. That. So now we can make more cabling at request, and we'll know if we're missing things. Then, and it won't use another quartz for it either, which is good. So next, we can throw the charged quartz crystals in there. Then, one of the things that we'll need to do is do a processing recipe that has a charged Certus quartz crystal, just one, redstone, and netherrack or nether quartz, and that will make a fluix crystal. This one. And this one will need to be 3 channels: an interface, an assembler thingy, formation plane, and an annihilation plane. So formation plane requires that. And the annihilation plane requires that. And then this'll be a sort of twofold thing here. So now, one of the things I can grab each of these dusts here. Well, I don't need to actually grab them. I can come in here now. And I can set it to a crafting pattern again and go to Certus Quartz Seed. Is that. Nether Quartz Seed. Is that. And Fluix Seed. That. Okay, so now we can make each of the 3 seeds, which turns into the pure crystals. We have a way to make Fluix crystals. So now what we need is we need to make the seeds to other things patterns. So now we can take this. And I believe you can just grab from any eye. I want to use just one though. One Certus Quartz seed will make one pure Certus Quartz crystal. And then, oops. The 64 every time, damn it. Okay, well, you know what? We'll just do this instead then. We'll throw these 3 patterns into there. And actually, can the no, the interfaces can't support capacity cards. Oh well. That's fine. So we have the 2 planes that we need, and then we'll also need another interface. So we'll craft another one of those. And then craft it into this. Then, basically what we do here is the interface will attach the formation plane, and then the annihilation plane will just work at all times. With a filter on it. So, let's come in here. Craftable. Craft 1 nether quartz seed and 1 fluix seed. So now I can take one of those and your fluix crystal, and then grab the pure nether quartz and the nether quartz seed and that. So now we have all the things that are made by dropping them in water, which is really great for coming over here. And that means that we can move this system up here to a different place. And we'll actually end up using fewer crystal growth accelerators, but that's not so bad because Like, they are kind of expensive on power, and I don't need them to go that quickly, since it'll be making them all at the same time. So, we'll go ahead and do it this way. Where do we want to put it? Either way, this thing needs to be connected anyway to make the things. So we'll make like another 64, another stack. That. It's not too much. Thank you. Right. Awesome. Muffin, it's time to get down because you really want the chicken. I understand it smells good, but no, you're not allowed to eat the chicken. Had to take that this morning. Okay. Interesting. Let's find something-ish. What? That'll probably be fine. And we'll put a hole right here where we want that to go. And this is what I mean about cleaning up the ME system and stuff at some point, is getting all that, all this stuff here, like all the cabling and stuff put behind places where the sun don't shine, so no one ever sees them. So now we have 6 channels. We'll need 3 for this particular, for these 3 things. So, we'll run it off of this cable system and we'll put it over here, I think. We'll move this. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna put, we're just gonna get rid of the liquid chroma here real quick. And then I actually need to get rid of this too. And put the annihilation plane there. Then down in here, the formation plane needs to go like, not there, but really? Muffin. You like chicken too much. Silly cat. Alright. So, grab a bucket of water. And we'll throw it in here. It's gonna go nuts. Actually, not yet. We want 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Lothane! Engineering indeed. It's what I'm here for. Mostly. Four of them. And I'm pretty sure I just disconnected the rest of the system. Oh, actually, it looks like we're still good. Cool. In that case, I'll just clean up the cabling a little bit. Oh. There we go. Oh no. Lothan, you poor thing. Okay, Lothan. If you speak sign language. Nah. There, one there. Kidding. There. Then throw a piece of cobble here. Throw the bucket of water in. Throw the last one right there. Up the last two cables. And we're good to go. Alright, so now this interface, which interfaces with the formation plane, drop it as an item. And I'll do the Certus Quartz crystals and Certus Quartz seeds. Actually, don't do that. I mistaked. We need that there. We need the interface. Be there. Then the formation plane off that. Does that mean the interface needs to be in block mode? Maybe. Right. Now we'll just come through here. Give it a channel and some power. Is this device offline? Is it actually, though? Looks like it actually is. So... wonder if that means... Also, the formation plane, I think, is upside down. Yeah, it is. So, let's grab these here real quick. Throw this cable here so that we can put the formation plane in the right orientation.
Hey, pretty baby, am I in your way? 'Cause you walked out so fast yesterday. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. So tell me what you want, tell me how you want it. Tell me all the reasons that you're running away. I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, no, no. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you.
Let's see if I can start crafting one of these. Oh. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Stop it. Stop it. What do I put in? I can't even put cobblestone in. What do I do? What do I do? Seed. Cancel. Seed. Okay, whatever. Screw it. Okay. Whew. That was an accident. Now, we'll grab the Luix crystal. And then also the pures. Okay. Wait, why can't I? I can't limit what the annihilation plane grabs? Why would you do this to me? Let's see. I see. Okay, so that'll be a little bit annoying. Where? Um. Googling things. Okay, so if I do this, and then I need one of the quartz fibers. Oh no, it has power. Vacuum chest. It can receive a filter. So the vacuum chest will be the thing that we need then. Instead of the formation plane. or annihilation plane. I think is what we're gonna have to do, because the annihilation plane just works permanently. Not necessarily. So I have to put the interesting. So I think this means what I need to do is take these two, make this flat. At least I thought I could make it flat. Fixture. There we go. So now what I can do is have this connected to the thing. But we're going to need to have the annihilation plane on a different network. So break that and put a quartz fiber there. That way, this is technically a different network here. And then we'll grab these things and the annihilation plane. Hook this back up, because now it shares power but not a network, because the quartz fiber does not do network through it. So now we can do that. And now this needs to connect to the rest of the network. Same as this one. So we'll kill that right there. That. Is it receiving power by going through here? Also, I'm going to eat some food here quick as well, so I'm going to temporarily turn off the camera. But that means we'll want the drive fixture on the same network as this. Okay. And now I need to configure this cell, except it's not empty. Swap it out with an empty cell. There we go. I believe... How do I configure the, Switch pylon, controller drive, chest, interface, cell workbench. I believe is the answer. So we'll go over to where the workbench is and grab it. And I don't think, can I just do it? I think this needs power and or a channel. This is 7 of 8, 8 of 8. Boink. Nope. Doesn't require one. Configures partition based on currently stored items. So that means if I put this in the chest and grab or have one of these each in here. Then pull the cell out and do this. Wait, there's iron ore flakes in there? Or are there iron ore flakes in there? They weren't in there just a second ago. Whatever. It's working now. So there's the flux crystals, the Certus quartz, nether quartz, and pure fluix. I can add the boosted crystals to this later, but I don't really need to do that anymore, period. So that should be good. So now we throw this in here. And now the annihilation plane can only put those into that. Right. Also for this other cable, I want to grab this here on the separate network and bring it up. Like that. Rather like that. I don't want that to be connected there. So now if I come over here, let's grab this too. So there's that. Just tell me it doesn't. Okay. So, oh no, it is. Oh, fine. Cheers. Okay, so we don't want that. How do I handle the formation plane? Okay. This is somewhat confusing for me. I think what I need to do is I need to put the interface here. Run this around. And then this formation plane needs to be attached to a storage bus. We need to craft another interface. Where did the other piston go? There it is. Alright. So now we have the storage bus. So if I make this two separate networks by doing this, insert only, then apply the different seeds. And then we need another storage bus. Right. We have these two storage buses connected to a chest of some kind, being the loot chest. Then that. This will be extract only. This is input only. That's only on the other side of the ME thing, so that's a different network on its own. And then we throw the 2 cables here. And that's its own thing, right here. So then, probably need another interface. But let's make a terminal. Oh. We're out of power? Oh. This thing. There we go. So I need to make another terminal now. Doesn't need to be a special terminal or anything, just a normal one. And then I'll throw it on right here. And I see that we have one of each of those. And it won't take anything else. What? Where did that go? Oh, it threw it there. But it doesn't have a place to store it, doesn't it? Or is it just because it's entering the network? Let's grab the network tool. It's been a while since I worked like with this stuff, so the really intricate things like this I'm still not familiar with. Okay, so it's just because the formation plane is doing the thing. So the formation plane needs to be in its own network, separate from that. Okay. So in that case, we'll do this. This will be extract only, so it can only pull things out of this chest, and this can only push things into that chest, so it's one way. Then this formation plane will just put anything that's in this in there, but then we can take a quartz fiber. And throw it here. But this is its own isolated system here. So now, when I throw an item into here, it'll drop down, theoretically. It's not considered part of the network? Maybe it's not a storage bus I need, but an import thingy. For this one. Import. Then sticky piston. Then we're good. So now this import bus could just work. Right? This is its own network here. It doesn't put them in here. And then, so that means we're gonna need a storage bus here. That is extract only with another chest. Right here. And then we're going to need another, or an export bus. Which just puts anything that's in this system into here. I think that's how that'll work. Online, online, online. Does that, like, keep the last one? There are two in there now. I probably need to do the expansion cards. Capacity cards. Throw that there. Then add these things to that. Right, so now these things exist in this system. So now, this here with these, let's say I wanted to make Fluix crystals, right? So if I tell it to craft like 100, start it. Then it should throw things into this chest. It's not. How do I use the interface to go between the two? Oh, wait, you know what? I'm a dumbass. That's what the flat interface is for. This. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then reconnect it. Yes. Cancel the job. Alright. And that's that. Now the acceleration cards. Need to make some. But I need some of these first. And this should just do that. And it made the Fluix crystals. Cool. Alright, that's that. Then instead of using a storage bus here, oops. Okay. So now, instead of using a storage bus there, I'll use an import bus. And for that we need more annihilation cores. Boom. And then we'll bring this down here and do an import bus. And that'll just pull everything in through that. I think 2 of these will probably be fine. Okay, because I need the, well, I don't need to tell it what it needs to take. I just need it to take it faster. There we go. So there we go, that's all set up. Now we have the automatic crystal growth and the Fluix creation. Toss those in there, and it'll drop those in there. Nice and clean. And then glass. Glass cable facade. And then I'll actually just put some glass around the other part here. That should make it less prone to failure. There we go. That's all nice and set up. It's only a 4 crystal setup, but it's fine. Or 4 accelerator setup. So now we can throw that stuff back in there, throw that away. And now the system can make actually, does this take? No, it doesn't take anything. Okay, so if I need to make charged Certus quartz, this thing still needs to be reconnected to the network. And we're doing good on channels, excellent. Alright, so now we have to 5 channels? 4 channels? It'll update in a second. But basically, now I should be able to craft charged Certus quartz. I do like 64 of them. Will it actually put them in here and then take them out? Contains a charged crystal, which means this needs an import bus. Okay.
I just realized I've built walls a mile high to protect my heart, but now I'm all alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle.
So that part will be pretty slow, but I shouldn't need a ton of charged Certus quartz. So now, one of the things that I need to do is make it so that I can make nether quartz. So, take care of that in just a second.
It couldn't break your heart. Is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, is it really love? Just watch me march towards the battle. I'm gonna tear down this castle. I'm gonna tear down this castle.
Now, I'm gonna go ahead and put this on pause for a second while I finish eating, but I will be back shortly. And I'm going to extend the end of the stream until whenever I'm finished, so I'm gonna pause the timer too. Right there. There we go. Alright, I will talk to you guys in just a minute.
I criticized myself for trusting lies. I know I can't hide, 'cause then I'd be alone, stuck on the inside. The heart doesn't need a castle, it needs a bridge. Been too scared that I'd unravel. Brick by brick, I built these walls. Now I know that I'm enough. Just watch me tear them down. I'm gonna tear them down. If it couldn't break your heart, is it really love? If it can't tear you apart, it's driving me insane. Silence rattles in my brain. Yeah, I gotta get away. Always waiting for the phone, so I built my towers tall, wandering through these empty halls. Break the cycle now, walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I gotta save me from myself. This emptiness, it hurts like hell. My good intentions let me down. I keep getting in my way. My stubborn pride will dig my grave. Leaves it behind with every step I take. Yeah. Cycle down, walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. 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 I don't know where I am, I don't know where you take me, I don't know where you take me. I just follow your trail and I'm losing your mind and I'm losing your head. Let me escape from this unlove, cause I'm a prisoner. I just want to look my way and never back to you. Ooh, I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. Let me be myself. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above it. I don't know where I am, I don't know where you take me, I don't know where you take me. I just follow your trail and I'm losing your mind and I'm losing your head. Let me escape from this unlove, cause I'm a prisoner. I just want to look my way and never back to you. Ooh, I'm not above it. Let me be myself. I'm not above
All right, and we're back.
Let me be myself.
Finished eating and ready to go. Awesome.
Let me be myself. Let me be myself.
Oh. I think I ate too fast. Oh, that's fine. I like food. Anyway, let's go. So we have this set up now, so that we can make crystals and things without needing to worry about the growth stuff. So that means if I wanted to make more pure things, for example, the pure nether quartz crystal, let's make 60, right? Automatic, go, craft. Crafting 30 nether quartz dust. Are we stuck over here? It worked just fine before. Hmm. Oh, you know what? That's probably part of it. Because these are going to go into the system. Soon TM. And it might not, because I'm taking them through a different thing. It might not actually allow them. Let's see. Invert. Are they in there? Oh, they are in there. So I guess we'll just continue waiting and see. As they continue to grow. And hop around in the water. Doing hopping around in the water things. And they're gone. Okay, that worked. So, no, that's a lie. This means it never actually put the one nether quartz dust with one nether quartz. Glowstone dust with glowstone. Should work. Should work. Maybe I messed up. Let's try it. Make another 60. If I craft 10 of that, does it work? That works. That works. Oh, it's making Electrocraft quartz dust, not nether quartz dust. Can this be used for the same thing? It can. Okay, so I just need to change the recipe then. Cancel. Sorry. Oof. So we're gonna take out this one. It's the wrong kind of dust. And delete the pattern. And do this. That quartz dust makes is this. Boink. And then the seed needs to be changed as well. Quartz dust and sand. Go. Alright. So we'll toss that back in there. As well as get this dust thrown up over here. Now we shouldn't have any issues going in here and crafting up like 60 of the pure nether quartz crystals. We'll do 100. So it'll have to craft more seeds, it'll have to craft more dust, and it'll have to process the pure nether quartz. So let's take a look and see how it goes. Okay, crafting slowly. And now there should be 100 of them floating around in there. Sweet. We're all fixed up, ready to go. Cool. So that's that. I should probably make a second CPU for these longer running things, but at the same time, if I want to make like another one of those, it's gonna take a lot of stuff. Well, it's actually not that much, but the Certus quartz is really the biggest thing. We'll probably want to add this into the system too. But right now what I want to do is do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, we'll do 8 more 16Ks. And it's that one. There we go. So I'll put the thing that actually finishes it in here as well. And we'll need more interfaces and stuff later, but that should be easy peasy. So now I don't have any of those, so we'll need 16 of the, or not 16, 8. 8 16s. So, no crafting CPUs are available, so we're still making these. And we're good. So now we'll make 8 of these. Next. Go. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Now we'll just come back in here and take all 8 of them out. Just like that, and throw them all in here. Just in case we end up needing that extra storage. We'll eventually upgrade all this later, but for now this is actually perfect. So, next step is we wanted to re-enable the pulse jet furnace, and what I'm going to do is use the performance engine. We'll come back down here. We still have the one that we pulled up before, rather. We're gonna use again, and I'm gonna put it down in the same place, so it'll go right here as per normal, and it'll do its thing. But then, with that running, I'm going to need a bevel, a shaft, and a bevel. And quick Google check. Rotarycraft pulse jet furnace. Doesn't really have a metric on it. That's fine. So in that case, I still need the bevels. 2 of them. Shaft unit. Have the 1 steel, and then we'll be able to go this way. So, right, I was using the ME system for that as well. So, let's tear these up for a moment. And pick these up off the ground. 1, 2, 3. The reason why I had it on the switch before was because I didn't want to continually use the jet fuel if I didn't have to, but now I have an extreme surplus of it, thanks to the full automation on a higher power level. So, we'll throw these 2 things here. Output needs to be down, input needs to be up and south. Yes. And the shaft. That. And then just in case I want it / need it, I'll put the clutch here. So we've got the clutch. And then I think the gearboxes were for speed, not torque. And I'll also need the lubricant hoses. Stick these right up here. on the underside of those. Replace the bricks. Throw the lever down. And then, yeah, it just requires speed. So right now, put the 2-to-1 on speed, and then the 8-to-1 on speed. Then we need that bevel again, input being on the north side, output being up. And then we'll place the cooling fins before we place anything else. So top, and we'll do front side. And then we'll also need the water source, which will easily come from right here. For that. And then this line I can pull over. Actually, it comes from over there, so that actually makes this a lot easier. Come on. I freed up a channel on that side, so now I can... Where is it? That last cable. Magnetism on. And off again. Don't want to waste our precious things. So the bus here should already be configured. So the only thing I need to do is bring this up and around so that we have a connection here configured for jet fuel, and go. It says it's missing a channel, but I don't think it's telling me the truth. Yeah, we're on 7 of 8, so we're good. But invalid or missing items. Speed. How did I have that working before with the wrong gearboxes? Well, 1024 requires a ratio to get to 130 something times 16 times 8. So I need a 16. Why is there a 2, not a 6? I'm so confused. I could have sworn... I don't know. Oh, it's because I combined the two? No, that still wouldn't fix it. Oh well. 16. We do not have a 16x gear, so we will make it. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's a 4, 8, 16. And then we need the little shaft thingies. 1, 2, 3 for 16. And then we need a mount. Throw these in there. Fill it up on lubricant. And this should stop heating up in the mid 900s. If it's 1,000, it explodes. So let's not have it go there. There we go. Okay, perfect. Now let's just double check and make sure that our fluid isn't going down too fast. Two 752. Does it just use a ton of jet fuel? So I'll need to turn it off probably then. And just use it when I need it. That's fine. Oh no. Looks like we might still be positive. 5-5. Wait another 13 seconds. The oohing noise is kind of fun though. Oh yeah, no, we're still fuel positive. This just somehow the fuel got split. Not entirely sure why. But that part doesn't matter, because we now have this functioning 100% of the time. And we're not doing too bad on the fuel either. So next, I need a micro turbine to run a blast furnace so that I can make the higher temperature stuff. Wait. Well, I mean, technically I don't need to. I can just switch that over and then do it here. So that'll work fine, actually, because that gets up to a pretty high temperature off of these micro turbines. And I'm not going to be using it all the time, so it shouldn't be too bad. So now, what I need to do is I want to make a gas turbine. And these things are nuts. How many tungsten alloy shaft cores do I have? Tungsten. I can make 2 more of them, which is the requirement. So, not bad. That's all of my tungsten gone. All of it. No more. So I'll probably have to make more soon. And then, do I have any more sintered? I have the 8 that I need. Excellent. So I'll make the compound compressor. And we will make the compound turbine. And then we need to make this, so let's grab what we need for it. We need a little bit of gold. 2 of them. Wait, no, hold on. No, we don't need gold. We need the 4 steel. The inductive ingot. The forget what it's called. This thingy. Ignition unit. Not induction unit. Ignition. Need 1 of those, and that should be it for that, and we just toss that in here real quick. There. Those 3. And I also need 1 piece of redstone too. Go. Ding. Now we're done with that. Put it back on west. Let that cool down. And also actually pull that out because we need to use it, not just stare at it. And now, turbine on the bottom, other thing on top. The rest of it is 3 aluminum alloy ingots. One diffuser. And then a base and a shaft unit. Excellent. That here and there with these. Okay. So now, this is going to be the mildly sketchy part. I need this 1024 kilonewton meters at 65 kilorads shaft. So it needs to be at least tungsten alloy shafts or better. Okay. So I have tungsten shafts. 1, 2, 3, 4. However many I need. And we're just gonna put it like way over here. We're gonna kill these for a moment. Because we shouldn't need any of these. This will be able to just go straight across. How far is the blowback on the gas turbine? Google time. Exhaust of 1200 degrees, a few blocks behind it, which will affect the temperature of blocks. That's fine. That should be enough space for it to not do anything. The only other thing that I need to make sure of is that the front side of it is encased in something so that it's not, that like there's no risk of things getting pulled in and destroying the turbine. Because everyone loves smashing turbines. Right. So now should be working just fine. We just need to come underneath it and put the fuel line that will end or save the universe. As soon as I replace that block. I'll just put the glass there for now. So right now it's going to be inefficient for a little bit, but once the engine gets up to speed, we'll know how fast it's producing it, and it's producing this. It should be the same amount of torque as before, at 1024. So it should put the efficiency at 250% once it pressurizes enough to reach it. But it's been depressurized for a little bit, so it might take some time. And how many channels do we have left on this one ring again? This one has 0 remaining. Yeah, so if I want to do anything else with that, I need to run another line up there. Which is fine with me. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's up to an 8-second time now, so I shaved off. It was 14 seconds, so I took off 6 seconds from that. So it's going a lot faster. Excellent. We got fast jet fuel now. We finished setting up the pulse jet furnace, which is great. Let's go ahead and update the to-do list real quick. There we go. Now, there is one last thing that I do want to do here, but I need to buy another set of channels from this, basically. You know, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a bunch of dense cable. So, let's toss all that back in there for now. And I have this one dense cable, but I need more. So for that, I need more covered cables. And for that, I need more wool. So let's grab our shears, wherever they be, and grab some sheep, because I don't have what's necessary right now. But when we update the farm here in a second, I'm going to add string to it. So we should be good on that when the time comes. Beep. Give me your wool. Oh, no. Let me up. Okay. Kind of want to get jump boost 1 just so I don't have to jump up 1 block heights anymore. Be nice. That's half the reason why I use this armor for the flying anyway, because going up 1 block heights is really annoying and they're everywhere. So, we should have a decent amount of this now. We're gonna toss the wool back in. And still need more covered cables. So we'll make as many as we can, which is 19 apparently. Just double checking. Yep, that is it. So now we have 6 cables. Can I just... No, I can't. That's fine. So I'm going to need to remove these for the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I need some smart cable. Specifically 2 of them. Really? Wow. Well, I mean, he doesn't know what he needs anymore. He's not very capable of that, to be honest. Yeah, okay, so now we're using 8 channels here, but we're using a total of 15. So now, going out to here, we're only using 5. So now I can do... what's it called? Grab our glass cable. And then... what is it called? No, that's not what it's called. EMI level comparator? Level emitter. That one. And it does require a channel, so that's fine. We are all good. So now I can grab a clutch. So this thing up here, right? I'll replace that with a shaft unit. I'll just use... I don't believe it's producing enough power to make this thing be a problem. So we'll grab this. Throw that there. Take the lever away. And now we've got this and that. And my trusty bucket of jet fuel is somehow still in my network tool, which is fine. We will take this out here. Ow. Fire. $1,200 is coming out of the back of my, jet thingy. Whoa. Oh wait, no. It's that one is what I'm supposed to... Oops. Wrong emitter. It needs to be fluid. Ow! Are you kidding? That's so stupid. I'll just have to find other ones, I guess. We do that. And now we pick our fuel, which is the jet fuel. Right. And it needs to be... emit redstone when it's equal to or above the limit, and I need it to be below the limit. So now this needs to be, we'll do 2,000 buckets. So it's 200, there we go. So now we're consuming a lot, but that's not really a problem. And so this will stay off until we go below 2,000 buckets, and then it'll turn back on. And inevitably use quite a bit of fuel, but that's not my problem. Because we have over 5 million buckets. Or 5,000 buckets now. Easy. Easy. So there we go. Got that done. So now we're not constantly using all of this stuff all the time, it's just only some of the time, because this is a really expensive engine to run, and it will generate this very quickly. But I don't need it to be generating all the time and using up all these resources. Because there's only so fast that these things can keep up, and I'm not using fuel that quickly right now. I guess if there's a problem with it, I'll do 3,500 buckets instead. That'll give me a little bit more buffer time. Alright. That's it for that. Now, the next thing I think we want to do is actually shift the power off of these ones into like a micro turbine. Which will honestly be really easy. We just need a channel for the fuel and then an energy acceptor. And we can actually do that like right here. There we go, a micro turbine, because we have one. I'll just put the bucket of jet fuel in. Take that away. And then fluid export. Probably. Oh, do I need a cable? I don't think I will. Okay. And then energy acceptor. Need more quartz glass. 300 quartz glass. Go! That'll be good enough. So I only need one of these. Boink. So now we'll do this. Up another channel on that slot. Grab our bucket of jet fuel. Put that in here. And into the energy acceptor. So now if I were to disconnect this from up here, just all of these, we should still be alright on power. Excellent. So now we have officially what? Why did that suddenly go dark? Smart cable. Need to make one. It's still putting it in there. And that's still online. This is using... Oh, because it's channeling up through the energy acceptor. It's kind of funny. In that case, this doesn't even need to be here at the moment. Cool. Sorry about that. One of the dogs was doing a thing, so I had to go make sure everything was alright. And it is. It's just dog stuff. But it's one of those things where, like, you gotta check anyway. Okay, so there's no way to toggle the engine itself, is there? It's still consuming the fuel, it's just not producing any at the moment. Let's see. Update the to-do list. We just did this one. All right. So for now, what I need to do maps blaze rods and then sends them out that way. These are the things I want to craft 100% of the time. So I can actually just put these down in the other one and then put all the inputs in there. Then output them to like these chests. So if we skip this, hmm. Ow! You little son of a bitch. Oh god. It didn't like that. I'm glad I have the amount of health that I do, because that would have killed me under normal circumstances. Whoops. But that's fine. You know, casually just, you know, break my things at myself with amounts of, you know, color energy that are equivalent of a nuclear weapon. It's easy mode. So now, I forgot to grab all this silicon. I actually am going to throw some of this in here because the silicon is sometimes used for other things, but for the moment, 90% of it goes in here. So that it continues making our chips. So now, up next, is finishing up. What we have is this thing, pulling items from this farm's production over here. This is fine. I don't have a problem with that. What I do want is I need to get this inputting straight into the ME system instead of the other thing. And then I think instead of this. And then what I can do is I can replace this with ME stuff. So let's grab this real quick then. Just break all these ones. Right? And then these item filters are, I may or may not need them. But what I definitely need is to come up here and grab this autocrafter, all of the recipes in it, and put it in the autocrafter down below. Down here. Right? And then also these 4 recipes in the order biggest to smallest. And then any of these works just fine. So now that'll work for that. And how many lines do we have available here? We have 0 available on this one. And on this one we have 0. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna need to pull from a different line then. Eight on that one. Alright, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I need more dense cable. I have 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to stick this here. There we go. So now in here it'll recalculate all the channels and stuff. It takes a second, but we should have at least a good amount of channels available out on this end now. If I go like, well, over here we have 3 of 8 channels, 9 of 32, but only 3 of them are coming from here. So this, I think, is where we're going to actually put the real input from the main system. So we'll take this diamond chest and throw it down here. I'll actually throw it over here so that it's a lot closer to the ME system. Just like here. And then glass cable on top. And an import thing, which I haven't made yet. Need both one of these and one of these. So now we have an import card, or import thing. Throw it here, and it'll just pull anything that comes out of that. Now, if I remove all of these conduits, and come over here, this should change it so that instead of putting it there, because the farms don't operate at night, so it's actually kind of advantageous because I can run this around here, and even though I'm not running upgraded conduits, it'll be just fine because it'll keep up at nighttime if it can't during the normal time. But there's a decent sized chest all the way over there that we will be relying on. Run this cable along here. It's too fast. That one, that one, that one. Keep on going. We get to here, down and under. Like that. So now we should see essences popping into our ME system. Like so. All of these different essences should be showing up here. I believe. Unless it's already empty. Which it shouldn't have been. Didn't think. Yeah, these are on extract all the time. Oh, right. I forgot to set it to insert. That would help. There we go. So now it'll put these things in, and it'll sort of... It has a little wind-up time, but it actually goes a decent speed. We might put a single acceleration card in. So let's do that. Just in case it gets a huge influx or something. Boink. Alright. Now we've got that. And the autocrafter should be doing things now. But it can't take these essences yet because I didn't bring the this thing down. Okay. So we'll throw this into the ME system and we should see this. Yeah, it's doing all these crafts now, and it's doing them really fast because it's coming out of the ME system instead of relying on the items going back and forth, which was really slow because the it handles the infusion stone really weirdly, because the recipe technically thinks that the infusion stone gets deleted, but it gets stored in memory somewhere there in a weird place, and then comes back out. But you have to feed it back up into it, which wasn't very productive. But now, what I can actually do is this. The soul sand is fine. It was these other things that was the issue over here. So for this we had the ghast seeds and other stuff. Let's see. Exactly, we had the ghast seeds, the slime ball, or the slime essence, ghast. So the ghast and other things are going here, as well as the pink dye, I believe. And the pink dye got fed over here, but this is currently full. So, on the magenta of that, we need the aid and export bus. And let's see here. On this line, we are completely full now. This one we're not. What about... Do I have another line somewhere here? Not that I'm aware of. So, instead of doing that there, we're gonna come down here. And we're gonna throw another chest here. Right? And what we're going to do best is, now that those things are auto-crafting in that system, we'll throw this here. And we will put in certain specific things in this filter. Right now, we're just going to do that so that it doesn't put anything in there. And then we'll want to grab a capacity card. 2 of them for the export bus so that it expands to more than just the one item. And now we want ghast essence, ghast seeds, ghast tears, and then the slime ball, and the slime essence, and the slime seeds. There we go. To come out of this one. It's like, oops. Which one was it? That one. So now it's putting those in there. And it's for some reason pulling them out. There we go. So now these are getting pushed in here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a conduit on the magenta pipeline. Up. Back to the top here. Where the magenta pipeline used to go. Okay. So now this should still send the gassed stuff and everything over here. And then filter those things in. Then this will pull them out and sort them into these different chests. We also have this being storage bus, and it's on extract only. And then this one is exporting magma cream and slime powder and the powder. This is crafting these things in here. And so I can actually put an import bus here because it's only allowed to pull things out. Now the question is... Actually, no, this needs to be an in and out thing. I can, however... well, that's imitating the normal system, so it brings it over here, throws it in, and then the ME system knows that it's there, and it auto-crafts it down here. And then spits it back up, and then distributes. Next, we have those things doing just fine, because these are part of a different system of those three. The only other one is this orange one for the blaze rods. What? Oh. There we go. Thank you. Okay. So the orange did come from over here. So we're gonna need an orange one as well. So this is going to need to be... Actually, I'm going to change that. This is close enough to this area over here that I can run an expansion through here. Or just out of this one and up and around. So this is a smart cable, right? Yeah, so I can do this. Throw that there. I can see what I have coming out of there now. Not scab, but cable. Go. And we'll have this go here instead of that. And I can actually do an export from the bottom. We'll throw that there. Fill this back up. Grab an export bus. And throw those back in the system. It'll handle it on its own. And then I want blaze rods. Right? Yeah, because it makes the blaze rods out of the... it makes blaze rods to infinity down here. Out of the blaze essence. And now we'll grab this. Bring it over this way. Now we have another avenue for the ME system as well to come over out this way. Eventually, I really do want to hide all of this though. But for now, this is what we're gonna have to work with. And the entryway is over here. Throw the export bus on. And put the blaze powder filter. Boom. So now, this will always have 64. And then it'll push it into the system over here, which is all sort of a part of the rest of the system. Right, juice time. Whoop. Headset cable. Oh no. I think it did. I can't really see in there, but I think it did. Not a lot, but I'll get it here. Just a sec. Sorry about that. The juice for our drinks ended up spilling out a little bit into the fridge, so I was just addressing that for a moment. Don't say that next to me. You know what I'm thinking. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not allowed to say that on stream. Yes, Lothain, a mess was made. It used to be liquid, but now it's sticky all over the inside of the mini fridge, and it's everywhere. I'm so glad I have the sensitivity on OBS so incredibly low. Oh no, I know. It still can't hear it anyway though. It's the wrong kind of sticky, yeah, Lothane. You're absolutely right. All right, so now that that's done, listen. We're not going to talk about certain things on stream, okay? Oh, wait. Oh. You're messing with me now. I love you, thank you. Jeez. Alcohol time. Once again, no problem if people eat, drink, do whatever as they participate in stream. But don't tell me you're underage and drinking or something like that. Then I'll be upset. And no jokes about it either. Please, that's a somewhat serious topic. This conduit needs to come around this way. There. And then I can flip that. And I can get rid of that entire line over here too. Wait, can I? Yes, this entire line can go. Nice. So now, I do need another export bus for up there, and that's specifically just the It's specifically just the experience potions. Potion. Portion. Potion. Is it not crafting them? Oh, it's bottle enchanting. It's not actually even a potion. There we go. Grab that, bring that up here. And attach it there. Add the filter, and then come on down. 1, 2, 3. And that went there, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up this way. So ugly. We're almost at the point where I can afford to actually like really hone in on making a lot of this a lot cleaner. We're just not quite there yet. And so we're still in a somewhat dirty state. But as time goes on... Ah! I forgot that that was full of stuff. Don't blame me. Blame me, please. Oh. It's everywhere. Actually, block that off so it goes into the main inventory. Alright. Magnetism on. Magnetism off. So glad that power exists. Okay. And more. Less. I am a black hole of a Minecraft person. I draw in everything towards me. Almost. Almost everything. Some of these things I'm not even auto-crafting yet because I couldn't get them into the actual system. But now that I do, looks like we're all cleaned up now. I can actually make some patterns for some of these things that I haven't been using too, and stick them in the continual crafter over here because I still have a whole 9 slots available that I wasn't using before because of conduit channel limitations. But I also did it the wrong way. I should have had the conduits pulling everything and then used inputs with filters on them so that I could put far more items through the same channels, but I was not aware of that when I built that system, so that I'm just going to have to deal with. But this, I want like another 640. I need glass. Do I have any extra channels on this line? I don't think so. I just need 1 extra channel. So, do I have that? Do I have another dense cable? I don't. Wait, no, hang on. Dense. No, I don't. Is there a dense cable anywhere that I can get rid of? Six of 8, 6 of 8. That one I can get rid of. Where did you go? There we go. Got it. And then I can replace that with like a smart cable or something. Just so I can see where the channels are going. Boom. Just like that. And it'll, you know, do its reorganizing or whatever to find the lowest point. But then what I can do is I can take this dense cable and throw it down here. Which I accidentally... Oh, I killed the export bus. Oh no. Oh wait. Oh no, I killed the import bus. The import bus is easy. Quick. Dig through the roof. This is fixable. Dense cable. Here. Import bus. Can't go there anymore. Import bus goes here. Now we'll just grab some cable. So like now, here we have 7 of 32. Oh, but the idea was to... Actually. Aha! I can do that. I don't want another dense cable for that though, but I'll just stick with using the smart one for now. Like, and then where's the import? There it is. And that'll just do as is. Now, I should be able to make an interface here. Craft one. And then I'll turn it into the flat one because I like the way the flat one looks better. And that costs extra cable. I'll throw it here. This is where I will take a pattern over here. We'll clear that up. We need a piece of sand. Go here. And we do a processing pattern. And we go to glass. And we'll put one there. One glass equals, or one sand equals 2 glass in this furnace, I believe. Crystal smelting. Yep. 2. So, that means we will grab another piece of glass and put it there. So, 1 glass equals 2 sand. Or wait, no, the other way around. My brain is going totally backwards at the moment. But that's fine, because it was kind of meant to. Anyway, so from over here, we have the 1 channel there, and now we have 7 channels off that lower one, which we can now grab some cable here, hook this up over here, and technically this will work for anything else we need to smelt that doesn't come out of the automatic, out of the auto mining that we have running down below. But now that means I can craft a bunch of this, like literally 640 if I wanted to, 10 stacks, and 2.9k bytes used, but it'll craft all of this stuff. So let's go. And it'll just do its thing. It can only do 2 things simultaneously, but it'll just keep running through this. It's got a bunch of crafts scheduled, and those interfaces with this auto crafting thing allow you to do so many different things at once. It's beautiful. And then in finality, over here is where the actual things are being finished in this this little spot here. It's crafting both the glass cables and the quartz fibers, which is technically inefficient because those are only ever going to be crafted at the same time, and we're just waiting on these to be grown too. Grow, little seeds, grow! But, But it's now basically it's just crafted a ton of cable for nothing. And now that also means I can actually go about the spider seeds. I need the blue essence. So what I'm going to do here is, because of that, I'm gonna grab the spider eyes that I have. Looks like we can make 3 of them. 12 plus the seeds of Nichio or whatever. And then I need the essence. The problem with the essence is that I have it auto-crafting, so the second I do something like this, right? Well, I can pull it out just fine, but if I put it back in, it immediately gets recrafted. But good news, I can just stack it here like that, 12, and we're good to go. And then I can throw it into this thing. That. So this is where being able to only craft 1 at a time is going to be kind of annoying. But it's fine. We now have our 3 spider seeds, which we can come up here. And we have a couple empty slots in this farm up here. We have 1, 2, and then I think there's another slot somewhere. Oh, it looks like it's already taken up. I don't. Ah! Wind. Fans. Danger. We'll get rid of one of the Minichio crops, or however it's pronounced. Hey, I still haven't decided on what it's actually called because I've never heard how it's actually pronounced, so. Alright. In that case, let's go ahead and run on over to Sus crops. They're everything crops. They give me actually everything that I don't want to farm myself, that I can't produce with Rotarycraft very easily. But now we just wait for that to grow, and then once we have enough once we have enough of the things set up. Come on. Essences in the system, I mean. We'll be able to set up the auto crafting for wool, which will be made from the string that we get from the essence out of that plant. Slowly moving away from the under IO conduits, moving towards innovation. At least where I can, where it's a good idea to, and not just anywhere. Listen, Lothane, just because it's sus for vanilla doesn't mean it's sus for other things. We are civilized in ways that vanilla minds can't comprehend. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to put the wool one in there. I'm going to put it in sustain The essences will get put into the Rotarycraft one. So sustain over here. And we'll want 640 wool. The rest of it can be string for all I care. Now I'm gonna need 8 essences to make some string, so it's not a lot for right now, but soon, once like we're not constantly using it, it'll actually become a lot easier to do a lot of this stuff. Maybe I should make some more spider seeds though, but I can't. We'll probably need to make another auto crafter for perma sustain stuff. Oh no. New patch for Path of Exile League. Excellent. Always like those. And it's a patch full of buffs because they over-nerfed stuff. More exciting. So now I have all these things. How are we doing on this? Doing pretty well. Like, no, honestly, this is like a ton of. We're still only on 12k from the first one, and 12. Like, we're not above 13k on any of them. We have plenty of space for overflow, so we're doing real well right now. That empty slot is kind of hurting my brain. So what's next? Just need one more spider essence and then we can get started on the rest of, or on the other stuff, which is material gathering for nuclear power. Nuclear power engaged. Go ahead and throw that there because it's only... Oh, we have reached our requirement. Excellent. Actually, I technically only needed one of these to do that, but then I couldn't drag it and it wouldn't be as fun. Okay. I'll probably end up replanting a lot of the experience stuff with the what's it called? With the a couple more spider seeds. 2 might be too little. Actually, probably the Minichio ones because they're not really used much anymore, and all they're doing is generating more of the big essences, which, like, I only have 84 of them, but that's really, really a lot. So that's actually super useful too. Doing alright on the Certus Quartz front. I think what I need to do here is add another pattern for those though. So we have these essences here. That. Right in there. And then the Wither Essence is used for multiple things, right? I don't want to be using that without intending to. So the only other thing really is the emerald essence, which I'll also auto-craft with the patterns. Nine for one. So good. Alright. That's pretty much everything that we need for that. So we should be good on that front. Now, this should be getting more potions. It looks like it is. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of bottles of enchanting, which there aren't. Good. Alright, so our whole farming setup's in place. And now we can start thinking about nuclear power. How is our jet fuel situation? Burned up a lot of fuel there, but we still have a huge amount of it, like over 4,000 buckets still. Roughly 4,300. And so this isn't going to re-engage until after it gets down to below 3,500 buckets. And then this will kick back in, it'll pressurize up, and then it'll eventually overtake everything again, and then stop using up the materials once it gets to over that amount again. And this is at level when levels are below it. Is there another way I can do that too? Because I kind of want to put like a little middle in-between thing. Like start making it when it's below 3,500, but then stop making it when it's above 4,500. So it sort of flips. Start making it when both are false or only one is true. But then don't stop making it until both are false. There is a way to do that with redstone, but my brain is not... I'm failing to grasp exactly what I need to do for it. That's fine. There's no problem with needing more time to understand things. I wonder... Alright, I can start taking these things down too. I forgot. I know you're not actually sorry. You're making pug noises now? You said pug noises. Oh. Alright. This. It's good enough for that. I will need some more bricks, though. I need to fix a couple holes. Oh, does it actually just not pull me when I'm flying? Oh no, it's because it's encased. Beautiful. In that case, it's no longer dangerous. But either way, that should be good. Let's see. So I'm gonna want another fluid emitter for that. That one. Okay, so now I want to make a little thing with repeaters and redstone. Torches. So what's going to happen is this needs a channel. How many channels do we have available? Off of this upper line here. We are out of channels. But I do have this one that I could run. Right here. I could run that out there. I think that's what I'm gonna do for now. So, let's grab some more glass cables. I'll just bring it out from there. And around this way. And up. Like this. So now, we're gonna need the bricks, which I put away. Actually, what I can do here is put those things away, right? And then actually enable the power, whatever that's called. And it will refill my inventory from my AE system as I deplete stacks. It's really cool. So we're gonna want that to go there. Then we're just gonna do a simple thing here. We're gonna have the two fluid level emitters, both set to jet fuel. And I think I put the jet fuel away, so let's go run and grab that real quick. Don't remember what I did with my poor bucket of jet fuel. But we need it. So here it is. And we're also going to set this one to jet fuel. We're going to put it at, you know, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So 5,000 buckets of jet fuel. And it's going to emit when levels are above that limit. So now, this needs to emit when levels are above this limit. No, other way around. Below that limit. And this needs to emit when levels are above this limit. Then, this one needs to get inverted. So, we will put some repeaters down real quick. And then we will invert this signal. And we will maintain here. And then this one needs to come over. Here. So now, what'll happen is this will turn on. Or is this not a feature in this? It's not a feature in that version. Okay. So when this goes above 5,000, that'll turn off. So we want it to be negative. That. No, that's not how that needs to work. Redstone, why my brain? No. I was gonna use the latch thing that is available in later versions of Minecraft, but I forgot it's not available in this version of Minecraft, so what that means is I'm going to need to make a latch out of like pistons instead, which is annoying, but it still works. Piston. Sticky piston. I'll just grab 2 of those just in case. So what's going to happen here, if I remember correctly, when this is below, that is on. But until this is so I need to make a loop here. Because basically, this needs to activate a loop. So that means the piston needs to be on that side. Okay. So we'll run this way. Throw the piston down. Piston will extend. So right now it should still be making it. So the output will be on. Okay. Like this. And let's say that's the output, right? So it's making fuel. When this turns off, I don't want it to stop making fuel until this turns off. But when both of them are off, I don't want it to be making fuel, and when both of them are on is when I want it to start making fuel. So in this situation, sorry if this is boring to some people, but I thought this was going to be way easier because of because of new Minecraft mechanics, and they don't exist. I forgot that was the case, so I have to make a not crazy, but I just have to make a redstone thing that my brain is failing to wrap itself around at the moment. I used to work with redstone a lot, but I haven't worked with it seriously in many years, so yeah. These will need to be separate. When this one is on, I want to start making things when this one's on. So what I need to do is I need to turn this into a self-feeding loop back into the piston. But once this turns off, the piston loop needs to turn off too. Okay. So this one has to enable the piston on its own, and that'll turn it on, which will bring it in line with that, which will then make the piston, or which will then make it start cooking, right? Now, when this is on, I also need it to come back around and keep the piston open. So we'll do this. So that'll turn on, piston will extend. That will put the power through there and keep it open. And then that'll turn off. It'll stay open because it's powering itself. But then when that one turns off, it's still going to be powering itself. because the loop will still be there. I thought I had it. Doesn't that mean I make it go the other way around? Because if I do... What was the, it was like the T flip-flop or something like that, but I could use a and a T flip-flop put together. If I did this, right? An and a gate. Something like this, where this is on, so it'll power that, and that's off, but when that's on, it'll also power that. And when both of these are off, so this is an AND gate, where when both of these are off, this torch will turn on. Okay. So now, that's our AND gate. Then this will turn on. Then, I think what I need to do is I need to split both of these and put it into two different gates. This is going to take 3 different gates in total. Now my brain's starting to actually wrap itself around it properly. Okay, so here we go. So in this system, I'm gonna start with repeaters, just so my brain can function properly. And we're going to carry. We're gonna split both of these by doing this. I actually don't need repeaters there. Bring this out a couple more this way. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, so now that there. Okay. Then this one. I want this to come to like. This needs to go one more that way, so I need to actually block this off. No! That's not what I wanted to do. Stop it. Okay. So now that that's taken care of, I can actually go about this here. And since there's no source, it's not going to screw with it. Alright. So that goes there. The other one will come here. That one goes there. This one also needs to come here, but then also needs to go over there. So we will bring this up, like so. And then back down. Okay, so we have our 2 separate but identical things. So for example, when this one has both of them on, we want the output to be on. So means we'll need to invert it. Like that. So if either of these are on, or when both of them are off, it'll turn on. And this will only have both of them on when it's below the minimum. Now I need this to detect when it's above the maximum. So when it's above the maximum, both of them will be off. So what I need to do is invert this. Like that. So now this gate right here they both need to power the piston. Right? So with this will turn on when both of them are on. That's when the both of them are too low. That's when the piston needs to turn on and extend. Then, when both of them are too high, or when either of them are too high, this will turn off. So if both of these are the same, this needs to be on. Which is what that is. So when that turns off, this will extend. And if it turns off here, it's still going to stay off. So kind of hurting my brain, honestly. Damn it. Right now these are both the exact same gate, which is just an AND gate. When both of them are on, well, it's not even an AND gate. It's just when both of them are off, it'll turn on. This one right here. And then this one is sort of reversed. Oh, it's the same. So it needs to be inverted. No, it needs to not be inverted. So like this right here. It needs to not be inverted. And have these both be connected. So that way, when both of them turn off, then this will turn on. This line will only turn on when both are off, and this will only turn on when both are on. But if both are off, it'll stay off. Okay, good, good, good. So now we have our 2 little gates. That do their things. Both of them are off right now because reasons. So now, what it should be doing right now is crafting. But this needs to be the one that extends them initially. So that will extend it initially, because this is the one that needs to trigger it. When both are on, that's when it starts. Now, this will only turn on when both are off. That means it's time to stop. But until it stops, it also needs to stay on. So what I can't have is a circular loop here. Because, at least on one circuit. I can go from one circuit to the other. The easy thing would be to say, this is the one that actually, like, does the thing, right? But then that'll extend and the power will go through. But only when both of them are off, which is wrong. When both of them are off, that needs to stop emitting power. So, in that case, this just needs a repeater. And then it'll go here. Right? But this one should also power that one. So that when it triggers it, it extends. And powers it through. But this one won't turn back off. Love you too, Lothain. Sorry, I've been kind of super focused because I don't remember how to do this, so I'm trying to like sort of feel it out, and it's hurting a little bit. I like to feel everything out, okay? Okay. Okay, so that needs to extend. I wonder. This one turns on when the last one turns off. Right? I might be overcomplicating this. Let's see. So here I can put a gate that does this thing. So when that one turns on, which means the fuel is below that point, this line will stay on. But this one will also turn on. This will turn on and extend it. This will only ever turn off if both of them are extended. So if both of them are off, this will be off, and that one will be on. Right now. Yeah. The one is when they're both off, and one is when they're both on. When they are both off, it needs to turn on. So that's where this piston comes in. Like so. Then this extends. And I think what I do here is something like this. Or like, as long as the piston is extended, the power is on. The piston will be extended until both of them are off. Otherwise, the piston should always be receiving power. Well, not necessarily. What's my total number of buckets I'm at right now? Over 3,000? 3.7-ish right now. Let's put it at 4 million. So now it's on. And that's off. Now when this one needs to turn off when both are off. So, and this one turns This one turns off when both are off. This one turns on when both are on. This is the one that needs to be inverted. Oh. Oh, my head. I'm so close. I have it turning on when both are on, which means until it gets above 4 million buckets. Or 4,000 buckets. And we are currently at 3 point something. But not below 3.5. That one will turn off again. Both of them should only ever be off when they're both off. When they're both off, there should be no power going through at all. It's the end. When only one of them is on, there should still be power going through. Or only when both of them are on. That's when the power should turn on. But then the power should stay on until both are off. Which means just one of these needs to be inverted. I think I inverted the wrong one though. Either way, I think I might need to take a short break from this particular project because it's kind of hurting my head, and right now it's working. And when let's do this real quick just to make sure that this is going to function properly. Yep. Okay, so if that one turns off, this will stay activated. But when this one turns off, break, you say? Well, from this, I have it so that it will like start making fuel when it's supposed to, but I think it's gonna stop making fuel once this one turns off again. And I should be producing more than I'm consuming now. I'm basically, yeah, I'm trying to make a redstone system that it starts, like it outputs a signal once it gets below a certain threshold, but doesn't turn off until it gets above a certain threshold. And those two thresholds are different, so that there's like a period where it's sort of in limbo where it'll stay one side or the other. So if it's coming down, it'll stay off until both of them are met, but then both the thresholds to turn on are met, and then after that it needs to go the other way around. I might just need to add more of the what's it called, emitters, and get just more information out of it. That'd probably be the easier way to do it. Actually, yeah, no, that would totally be the easier way to do it. So let's get fluid level emitters, 2 more of them. This is gonna make that way easier, actually, instead of doing this complicated stuff. I only needed 5 seconds not looking at it, and I was like, you know what? I don't need to do this. I can do something else. Okay, so the system needs to turn on when we get below 4, right? But then, and while I'm sort of figuring this out, There's my jet fuel. Jet fuel! Jet fuel! Okay, so we can start from scratch on this. Alright, so what I need is for this to be set to emit when levels are below the limit on those two and okay, I don't even need that one. I just need this one. When they are above 5 million buckets, or 5 million millibuckets. 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, which is 5,000 buckets. This will turn on. If both of these are on, then it needs to turn on. When this is on, it needs to turn off. So, okay, I'm gonna need to do a little bit of redstone stuff here, though. This one needs to power a block. This one's going to power a block. And then this one, I need to do an inverter. So when both of these, when this is off and this is on, the piston needs to close. But until that is met, it needs to stay open. So this needs to be off, that needs to be on. Piston will turn off. So that means we need to invert this one. Which one do we need to invert? If anyone in chat knows what I'm trying to do and knows how to solve it, please feel free to let me know. Because my brain's not having it right now. This will control the extension of the piston, right? Piston will extend when this is not on. So right now we are, the piston should always be open. Then while both of these are on, there should be power. So where did the piston go? Did the piston just delete itself? Oh no, it went into the ME system. Dang it. Why? Okay, so that's piston. That power is not helpful if I'm actually running out of a thing. Oh, oops. Okay, so this should extend the piston. And when these are both off, power should stop going through. If I do it this way, like that, the only time this will ever be off is if we're above 5 million buckets. So let's do that here. And then it'll turn on whenever we're below 5 million. So I think it's this one that I'm supposed to split in half. Like this. Or rather, like this. One of these needs to be inverted. Which is this one. Like that. But then, when that turns on, the piston needs to close. But the piston needs to turn... But there needs to be no power going through until both of these are off. Or until this is off. So... yeah, that's great. Like that, right? So now when we're above, it'll pull the piston back. But it shouldn't... this'll be fine. This'll be fine. So it'll keep putting power through it until it's above 5,000. But there'll have to be a latch somewhere that I can't remember off the top of my head, and that's just gonna be how it's gonna be. I'll figure it out sometime off stream. Figuring it out right now is not probably the best idea, since I don't have it up in front of me and I can't remember it. So I'm gonna throw all this stuff up here so I can remember it later and have all of what I need when I come back to it. For now, there is one thing that I do need to do, and locate the nearest ocean, which is to the southwest, that way. So, what I need to do is either run a really long cable, or have our own... well, I don't really want to chunk load it. Actually, can I? Chunk loader upgrade for open computers robots. The robots aren't in, so the only chunk loader is that. That requires 2.097 million rads, rotations per second or whatever. Or whatever it is. Something like that. which is the minimum of 1 microturbine, which uses jet fuel, which means I would need to get jet fuel out there, have it chunk loaded. Jet fuel. Jet fuel. Rotarycraft. World Rift. Does the World Rift work for ME systems? Rotarycraft. World Rift. I don't even have to go that far. All right, I know what I can do now. We can transport shaft power through this. So now that I think about it, yeah, so we'll make a chunk loader real quick. And then we'll build our setup down there. So the chunk loader requires 2 nether stars and some bedrock stuff. Good news is we have some bedrock dust. That actually went really far. That's almost 100 blocks. Is it still running, actually? I don't know if there's a distance limit on the it appears to still be going. How far has it gone? Oh, it's just out of render range now. Okay, so I'm assuming that that goes just near forever then. So that's fine. Alright. Lava has no power over me. Okay, so we have plenty of bedrock dust to make the bedrock things that we need for the chunk loader. We just need to do the thing. The slime apparently died somehow. I didn't do it. We need star. We need another nether star. So let's grab some soul sand. 1, 2, 3, 4. And wither stuff. We will 1, 2, 3 wither heads. And I believe my swords are both in here. This is the boss killing sword. That. And we'll go to our wither killing arena. On the other side of the world. to the Wither Arena. Welcome to my place 10,000 blocks away from home. 20,000? 30,000? It's about 20,000. Oh, my key. There's the key I needed, not the wand. There we go. Double invulnerable doors, just in case there's one and I need to run away while it's alive. And the boss's only sword right here. Let's go. Come here, Wither. It's time to fight. Good fight. I can't actually use this sword against anything but bosses. And it was really, really, really expensive to make. If I hit it, even though it's, you know, it can't take durability damage, it will break down if I hit things that aren't bosses with it, so I literally just can't use it. And it also won't deal any damage. So that's fine. Anyway, we'll put these things away now. And then we need to grab the other Nether Star. Two steel and two that. But first we need to make some bedrock shaft units. And we also need to make some bedrock gears. That makes 8? Oh my. We're in the expensive stuff now, boys. Let's go. Steel. I'm just gonna take how many? 8 of those. But they use bedrock shaft units, so. But 8 is what I can do right off the bat, right? Yeah. 8 gears is fine. So grab a stack of the bedrock dust and we'll grab some gears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all I'll need for that. And then shaft units. I'll grab a stack of just in case. I'm not going to need that many, but I'm not thinking of it off the top of my head. So we'll need to do this. Ding, ding, ding. Did I do it wrong? It's not that. I need to do it with steel. I mistaked. This means 8 bedrock gears. Which is enough for one 16x. Then I need a lot of the shaft units, which is made from the shaft unit and 4. So we're gonna do 8. And I think that should be plenty, because that'll be a stack of the bedrock shaft units. This is all to get this chunk loader going. And then I'll also need to make some World Rift stuff too, so this will make the first few of them. Sorry, wrong button. So the first set of these, and then one there, the rest of those up there. That's another 8. So we should be good. Oh wait, but I do need 2 more for the actual craft itself. So we'll do that. Onwards and forwards. 4x, 8x, 16. And then, oh wait, no, I had, oh, it's too late now. Okay, so now we have the 2 for the craft. The rest of that can go back in there, as well as the dust. Then we need 2 steel ingots and 2 bases. And then we can make it. So we put those there like that. Those two, and the 2 nether stars equals 1 chunk loader. Now, we need a micro turbine, which is easy. Already have one. We need to get the micro turbine speed up to 2.097 kilorad or megarads, which is a 16x ratio, I believe. 131.072 times 16 is correct. And what can handle that? Gear. It's actually easier to make the bedrock ones than it is the diamond ones at this point. Aft. The diamond one can do it. If I have a diamond 16, then I can. But I don't. So we'll have to make another bedrock 16, and that's fine. That's steel. Craft units. That and the bedrock dust. As well as the bedrock shaft units. And we'll throw in... need that. There. And let's see what else. We'll need more gears. Instead of 8 of them at least. Well, not at least, we'll need the 8. So we do that. And we'll start prepping the craft. For there. And then I'll need like another 4, I think. We do that, and then we do this. With 3. No, 4. 3, 4 crafts. But I have enough. My tired brain does not do tired math very well. That one, that one, that one. And then we take a mount, which we have our auto crafter sustaining a number of them in our system. Then we throw this in here with that. The bedrock gearbox does not require any lubricant, which is sort of a threshold that we've met where we don't really need to worry about lubricant anymore as long as we're paying attention. So now we can take those, but now we take a world rift, which I haven't made yet, in Rotarycraft. And we need a void core with some other stuff, and that's actually not expensive at all. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Then we need the void core to. That'll require the core. One of these. Let's actually make the void core first. It's even cheaper. 8 Kuro. And then 4 of the Kahara. And then void dust. 4 of it. We bring it over here with our wand. We can put our boss killing sword away in the backpack. And go to our end game Rotarycraft crafting or casting temple. Throw that in the middle, and then also I believe it's these in the cardinals on the outer ring. And go. We now have the void core that we need. That goes in the middle. And then we have the 8 of these dusts around the edge here. Now, it's a bunch of boosted crystals. Which, I need 2 of the green ones, the Asvesti. 2 of those, and then I think I need a Kuro, which is the basic magic of all kinds of color magic. World Rift. Oh wait, 4 Kuro. And then 1 yellow and 1 blue. One yellow, 1 blue. It's 2. I accidentally dragged it. So now... it's in the Kuro Cardinals. Green in the top left, bottom right. And for the casting temple, any of these recipes show you with the orientation facing north. So for me, north is this way. But if north is this way for you, then that green should be going in the left corner. Always always orient facing north. I don't know if it always shows it in the F3. You might need like Optifine or something else that tells you, or just use the compass. But that is how that do. Alright, now make me some world rifts. So, Reika has made it so that anything you put into these, it'll come out the other side. And it is directional, so we'll need a pair for going out there. And so, for example, this, we have 7 of 8 channels here. So what I can do is I can grab this microturbine and that bedrock generator and a fluid export bus. I need a piston, fluid export bus, and then some cable, and my bucket of jet fuel, which is up here. Right. So now, I might need 2 chunk loaders, one of them here and one of them there, but that remains to be seen so far. I don't really want to do that, but I will if I have to. That goes down there. I can run it off this one, because I only need 2 channels, if that's the case, and so we'll pull them off this, just so I know that I have the channels that I need for that. Okay, so here we'll have the 1 microturbine with the fuel import bus, or the fuel. Did I put the import there? No, it's export. Okay, good. So we've got that there, and then we have the microturbine. We put the bedrock gearbox, which will never break, in speed mode. And that's my wand, not my, there we go. In speed mode. Then, that's what's required to run this thing. But, if I take the World Rift and put it there, it will shove the power into there and out the north side of the World Rift here. So, I can look at this with the wand. Or not. It is currently unlinked. And they're always placed in pairs, so if I place this, does it say it's linked? It does. But if I break that, It gives me back both. So, we'll do it this way. Place it there. And then what we need to do is we need to find this. Oh, also, I am going to want to put... Actually, this is actually a great spot for that. We're going to put another world rift here. It's going to come out the south side. And basically what we need to do is have this have a fluid import bus, I believe. And that's all we're going to need. Another sticky piston, which requires another piston. I really need to make it so that these are auto-crafted as well. I'm missing the flux dust in the middle. Okay, so craft 40 flux dust, go. It's already crafted some, good. Okay, that. And then this. My sticky piston still doesn't exist. Now it does. Pull that out. But what we don't want is jet fuel. We want heavy water, which we don't have yet. So, there's that. But, we stick that here. And there. Well, I'm not supposed to do that yet. I'm supposed to do it once. We've already got the other thing done. So now, the shaft power, which over here should be... Yeah. So it's maximum speed at the current power that it's at. And then we'll bring the chunk loader over to a place where processing the not those pressurizer, heat exchanger, it's a centrifuge. That one. It needs to be below Y45 with at least 16 meters of water above. So, let's go to the ocean, where it's the easiest place to do that. And chunk load a chunk. I don't think I have a way to make the chunks visible with the mods I have right now. Because the built-in chunk borders thing in Minecraft doesn't come till a later update, so I can't use that function, unfortunately. Okay. Can I do it here? Probably not. Let's find a nice deep pocket in the ocean. Pretty deep right here. Let's see. This'll work. Because this right here, I'm gonna put it like dead center of the chunk. 8, 8, right here. And then facing north, so it should be... Does this get power from the bottom? I swear, if I did a dumb and this thing takes power in from the bottom. Utility machines. Chunk loader. Power input bottom. So it would work. But I need a bevel. Oops. Damn it. Ah well. It's not that long of a trip. Eventually I might make like a teleporter like the other thing I have to the Nether arena over there. But for now I'm just going to avoid doing that because it's not necessary currently. But since I'm about to build over there, it might quickly become necessary. I'll build it off stream probably. It does take a while to build that. It's just tedious. And like just about, it's not as tedious as the redstone that I was trying to do earlier, I guess. My bad, guys. But let's grab a bevel here. Bevel. Couple more just in case. And head back out. Hello, Yellow. How are you doing? Also, I hope everyone's having a great night while we're in dead time. Stream's probably gonna be coming to an end here pretty soon, and then I've got a couple days off after that. But hope you're all having a fantastic night and enjoying yourselves, and are at least mildly entertained by what I'm doing. Now, input side is south. Output side is up. And it should be spinning. And it is. Let's go. Chunk loader. Yes. No tank data. Right. So now this particular chunk right here is chunk loaded. And then I can even... The centrifuge's power input is on the bottom too, right? I can't tell. It's probably the bottom or the top. It's hard for me to tell there. We can make one real quick and figure that out. I still don't know if running is faster than flying. It's still probably not faster. It's close. Because I have speed 3 permanently, thanks to the pendants that I have in my aura pouch in my inventory. But I just don't... I don't think there's a way to get a higher level of that, at least yet. And there's nothing else that I can really get, aside from jump boost 1, which would allow me to walk up and down one block things that would make that any faster. So, I need an impeller. Which, thanks to the stuff I mentioned before, we've already got auto crafting. I need one of those. And, centrifugal, which is spelled differently. 4 bases, 1 shaft unit. Shaft unit. 2 pieces of glass and a liquid pipe. I need more glass. Alright, craft me 140 glass, go. 2 glass. And then 1 liquid pipe. Okay, and we do that. That on above, those 2 in the middle. I'm pretty sure that means that the power is going to be coming out of the bottom. So let's see. Whack. Bottom or top? Not bad. Okay, so power for this required is 65 kilowatts. But I do want it to operate a little faster, so I might just do another microturbine. Yeah. You're good. And so this should be, it's got 1 channel left. So I think what I'm gonna do instead is micro turbine. Just use micro turbines for everything now. Why not? Let's do it. We're gonna slightly move this around. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the power come out the top. And so I can just throw the centrifuge down on top of it. Actually, no. No, we're gonna have power coming out the side. And the minimum torque is 512. The microturbine puts out 16. So 16 times 16 is 256 times 2, so I need a 32x ratio, so I can do a 4, 8, whatever. 4, 2, 4 and an 8. I could make bedrock ones. I don't really want to, though. Easy enough as it is. To have the lubricant right here. We can just run the line over. So from here, do this. I need a fluid export. There. Probably required a piston. Maybe I have the other thing still. I do. And both of these are going to have to be in torque mode. And we'll build it in reverse here. That. And how much lubricant hose do I have left over? Plenty. Only need a few. So we'll bring it here. From there. So those are permanently fueled. Turn them around. That. Fluid export bus on the bottom with the happy jet fuel wherever I put it. There. Connect the cables. And we're on 6 of 8, apparently. I can get 2 more in there. This is going to be outputting 2 megawatts at, I don't remember how many rads, because it has a minimum torque but not a minimum speed, but we're going a lot faster than it, so it might even just be well, near, it might be 1 tick with how much power I'm putting into it. I don't think it will be. I don't think we're quite there, but it's going to be like 2 seconds or something for 1 operation, and then we'll see what we need to bring it back. If I can, I'd like to pull everything through this. It's like have the items or the liquid coming out this side into the import right here. That'd be nice. That'd be real nice. I'm gonna go ahead and let that do its thing as it powers up. The world rifts probably... I wonder if the world rifts actually chunk load themselves. Maybe. I think they don't, and it specifies that in the book. I don't remember. But Rika's pretty adamant on being pretty clear about whether or not it needs to be chunk loaded. Because like the boring machine itself doesn't need to be chunk loaded because it's where it is doesn't matter, and it's got chunk loading components. One where it is, and then one where the end where it's actually mining. And that's it's super nice. So here, I should be able to do this. Input side is output side is up. This down, up. And we're already at the right speed, so throw it on there. And at 4096 rads. Centrifugal fluid extractor. Now, Why is it not doing anything? Do I need to actually pump the water into it? Once submerged and it has at least 3 sides in contact with the fluid, it can centrifuge and obtain trace qualities of another fluid that was mixed in. It has currently 1, 2, 3 sides, 4 sides available. Are we not 16 meters below? 32 to 48? Yeah, we are. Just taking a while? That or... Let's see. 2 on a 97, 0, 0, 0, because I'm lazy, divided by 4096. We're at 512 torque. It requires 512 torque, so it should be doing something, but it doesn't seem to be doing something. Heavy water. Rotarycraft heavy water. Where can I find a quick image? Looks like I need a pump for the outside. But do I need a pump for the inside? Or not a pump, but just a way for the water to get out. All right, I'm drowning. Let's not drown. Okay. Looking at the wiki. Fluid output any side. So, bottom of oceans. Is this an ocean biome? This is a deep ocean biome. From below y equals 45. It is currently sitting at y equals 33, which is below 45. And the surface of the water is y equals 61. So that's nearly 30 blocks above it, which should be plenty. Is it just because I don't have a pipe attached to it? Maybe. If it's because I have a pipe attached to it, that's not going to be too bad. I'll just run the pipe around to the other side and then it'll pump the heavy water back in. It's really weird that it doesn't seem to be doing anything though. And it said it was receiving power at 512. Unless there's something funky going on this side because I left render range before it finished winding up. So let's check it out real quick. Make sure things are running properly on this side. We're currently running at the appropriate speed, and it's transmitting into the thing. Let's grab a liquid pipe. Yeah, definitely making a teleportation system, or at least an endpoint over there, so I can go to and from there in the base. I don't need to power it with pylons or anything, unlike the one that we have at the base, because you can go between any of them that is powered by the pylons as long as one of them is powered by the pylons. So you can go to an unpowered one and an unpowered one to a powered one, but you can't go unpowered to unpowered. Also, at least from my experience, weird things happen when it comes to the end as well. But we'll see. Alright. Still not doing much, are you? So it's receiving 2097 at 4096 rads. Fluid output is any side. There's definitely something funky going on here. Because this isn't doing anything. And it has no interface. I've gotten this working before. What was the problem? "16 source blocks of water above it, with water on 3 sides. I count 1, 2, 3. And 16 meters of water source blocks above it, which all of this should be water source blocks. Unless it's because it's in a deep ocean biome. I think it's deep ocean biome that's fucking it up. So need to find a normal ocean biome. But I need to go back and touch the thingy now. Lots of running back and forth. I really want to finish getting this set up, and then after that, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream because we're already a bit over our normal time for the day. We have a long stream on Fridays. But Fridays are now my Monday, and tomorrow's the start of my work weekend. So, that's what it is. But it's gonna be not so bad. You guys will be able to live without me for a couple days. Okay. So let's try this a different way. Put this down here, same configuration as before. You guys can live without me for a couple days. Come on, Lothane. Do you really need your daily dose of Lord Ani? I don't even care about the Lord part, really. Do you need your daily dose of Ani? I'm not leaving yet. Jeez. We can always we can always talk on Discord and stuff. It's not like I'm actually gone. I'm just doing other stuff like playing D&D or, you know, going outside. God forbid. Normal ocean biome. 8. 8. This is at 46. This is basically the absolute minimum it has to be at, so we'll put it here. Now we try again. We have our 2 things here. Bevel with the input on the south, output on the up. For the chunk loader. Bevel on the output up, input on the west. than that. $47 plus 16 is 63, which means we're too high. Which means I have to replace this again. But at least I know where the biome is. Oh. I mismathed, I'm sorry guys. Again. Almost 11 PM brain talking. With a little bit of alcohol. It'd be really cool if... Oh wait, do I have Lumen Dash? I have Lumen Launch. Doesn't look like I have Lumen Dash though. Feels bad. I'll need to enable Lumen Dash. And back to the ocean. Alright. I'm gonna make sure that it is at a low enough height. I know it's receiving enough power. I'm gonna make sure that it's at a low enough altitude that it'll work. But I may have to dig a bit. Ocean. Going down. Lowest spot in said ocean. Without going into deep ocean. Here. 46. It's not low enough in a normal ocean biome. And that over here, I believe, is probably deep ocean here. I go in this spot. Yeah. That's deep ocean. So this is ocean. Right on the edge of this chunk. This is y equals 43, which is 59, I believe, is plus 16? 15 plus 43. Yeah, 59. So this should work. Right here. Go ahead and break that for a moment. Put the bevel input west, put up. The world rift. Then the put side south, output up. Then we'll place our chunk loader and our centrifugal thingy. Now if this doesn't work, I don't know what will. $45. I did a thing, didn't I? 43. 45 plus 16 is 61. 61 is probably... Let me go, submersion. $16. Is that where my feet are, or where my head is? If my head is 62, then it's fine. but I don't think it's fine. Why did I do that? Well, we're just gonna have to make another trip again. Lothan, you should have yelled at me. You always know when I'm doing a stupid. Unless you want to see me doing stupids. But I don't think it's very entertaining, probably, to you go floating back and forth this same, like, 200 meters. So you like to observe, insanity. I try the same thing every time, expecting a different outcome. The only downside with having AMD hardware in this instance is that Optifine doesn't work very well. And because Optifine doesn't work very well, like, I can't do like the super fast chunk loading, because the AMD hardware just isn't very compatible with Java from this time period, so oof. So the chunks aren't actually loading as fast as they could be as if I was playing a more modern version of Minecraft. And it's not because of Minecraft code, it's just because there is, but it's more less that Optifine is incompatible and more that Java is the problem. I tried a bunch of the different mods that do it. And also, yeah, that probably too. Assume water level is 61. Find spot that isn't in deep ocean biome. That is pretty low. Like, is that for current Minecraft though, or like this ancient version of Minecraft? There we go. Jeez. Took me long enough. I can only math wrong so hard. Yes, please. Hmm? Oh, that's it. Thank you. Okay, so now I'm gonna be really cheeky and do this. That's a bevel, not a pipe. That's a pipe. Alright, so now you have heavy water going into the top of the world rift. But, in regards to your thing, Lothan, like, I can get, on newer versions of Minecraft with, like, Optifine or any of the alternatives that I've currently found so far, I can get it running at, like, around, like, 80 FPS on 32 chunks, like, at max chunk load speed. But 64 starts to run like 30 frames, but you know, it's still Java. But it's this era of Java just doesn't seem to. It's from before AMD CPUs were really, like, their architecture was really stable, and so the way that Java was written back then to be compatible with it was kind of funky, from my understanding of what I've read on the internet. Can I put the fluid import bus on that? Aha! Oh, but it's not actually importing. What, you burned yourself? What did you do? Okay. It probably doesn't actually connect to the pipe, and that's the problem. So we'll make a reservoir real quick. And I think what I'm actually going to do is, what's it called? I need a way to, stop it from putting it into the system after a certain point. And I think there's a redstone upgrade? Yeah, the redstone card. And that can go in there. Then we'll put a fluid level emitter. So we'll do this here. This line's got 7 of 8, so that's not useful. This line's got 4 of 8. So what about this one over here? This one's got 7 of 8 as well. So what I could do, I could throw these glass cables here, or a glass cable here, and do a fluid level emitter into, and that powers this box, right? Then throw that there with the redstone card. And now active when there is no signal. And then this one, I don't have any anything sitting there at the moment, so let's grab some bases to make a reservoir. And with 7 bases, you take it to the work table. That form. Normal water. Where's the normal water coming from? Wait, does it do heavy water and normal water? But, oh, because it's in the rain. Derp, 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 derp. Reservoirs, when built outside and put in the rain, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, will start collecting rainwater. So in order to prevent that, you need a glass pane for the top piece. And you get a covered reservoir. Thank you, babe. All right. Is that actually going up? No, it's not. Why is it not? Is this extremely low pressure? Pressure is not changing. Troubleshooting, go! I did chunk load it. So something's preventing it from doing the thing. Is the chunk loader not doing what it's supposed to do? Oh yeah, we should make that steak tonight. Okay. Spot should be somewhere over here again. I should probably waypoint it. Get easier on myself. Right there. No power going through anymore? It is receiving power. It has no heavy water in it though. What happened? This is also not chunk load. Input side is south, direction up. Chunk loader is now chunk loaded. Oh, here's a bevel. Why is it not working now? Alright, well, I'm gonna try doing this again. And this will be the last time I remake this. But this thing is being real finicky right here. Whole thing's being kind of finicky in general. I can actually stand in the World Rift. Eat. There's like little glass panes that I can use for teleporting places, but they don't work across dimensions, but it would work here. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Actually, no. I could use Mistcraft link books with the interdimensional thing. That'd be fun. You can tell where my base is because outside of render range, there's a bunch of particles floating around everywhere. Village is strangely devoid of villagers. I wonder why. Okay, so fix that in a second. Gotta try again. World Rift. With the power appropriately coming into it. We go this way. Into the not quite deep ocean, but still inside the ocean biome. We go to a spot where it's pretty low in the water and do it. I wonder if it's because I put it on the side and not the top. Because it said it can be taken out from any side. And maybe having the chunk loader there, that spot is kind of awkward for it. Once doing its calculations or whatever. It's possible. Downwards. Okay, so this is where we decided we were going to put it. If I go much further this way, I'm in deep ocean, and I don't want to be in deep ocean. I want to be in normal ocean. We're gonna put ourselves here, where there's a couple spots. Looking at this spot, which is 1212, so I have 1415. Plenty of space on all sides. Now, we'll place our bevels first. Input side is south, output side is up. Input side is probably correct, output side is up. We're going to try placing the chunk loader here and the fluid extractor there. It doesn't work. But if I remove the chunk loader, it works. So the chunk loader is the problem. Fluid extraction. It uses spinning motions, Lothane. Alright, so that's the problem. Ow. Aside from drowning. So it's just too close to the thing. I'm gonna pull that real quick, and I'm gonna see if having this here is an issue or not. That isn't an issue. So that works. But for some reason having the chunk loader here doesn't work. So I'm going to need to grab a shaft unit that is further away. Or grab a shaft unit and then make it like 1 or 2 units further away in that same chunk. That way, it should hopefully address the problem. And then I'll never have to go back there. I'm gonna have to test it though. It might have changed somehow in the code, or it could just be bugged that if there's another machine there, then weird things happen. So I'm going to try to keep the 8 squares around its sides, including on the diagonals, free of machines. And in theory, that should work. That won't work. I need the diamond ones. But these don't require lubricant. Somewhere over the river, zombies ride, chickens, and sometimes the spiders, till the villagers die. They go hunt me down in my home, flanked by creepers. So I made my home in the rainbow forest biome. And now they all cry. Sorry for the super cringe singing. I put this far away. This is still the same chunk, right? Yes, still the same chunk. Okay. Grab the bevel. Put side south. I'll put side up. And I think the game crashed. No! I just want to get this finished. Damn it. Oh well. So we'll go ahead and boot back up. As per usual, whenever it crashes. I really want to take that last box. We're so close. We should have been there like 40 minutes ago. But I just couldn't remember how to do math. There we go. All set up, ready to go. I hope I didn't break it by doing that. I half thought when I was doing everything, and so I ended up doing the thing twice. Oh, looks like we're good. Saved it right when I placed the block. Go. Chunk loader is powered. Now, we will do this. Oh, right, I can fall into that. It still works. Let me do that, and it's still functioning and increasing pressure until it gets to the point where it can't put any more pressure into it. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So, it's all working now. Now we, for the last time, go back to the base, hook up the fluid thing to the reservoir, and then hope that's the end of it. Pray to God that's the end of it. Distant particles. They're calling me. Alright, now that we're back, hopefully the last couple steps happen here tonight. So, we have this, we have that. We have it set to emit redstone thing when the levels are above that point, so we'll set it to 1 bucket. How much do we have in the system? We have just under 8 buckets, so we will set it to 8 buckets, or 10 buckets. Like that. And emits when levels are above or equal to that. Need to put a bucket of heavy water in there. Right. Do this machine here. It will now do heavy water, and this thing will pull heavy water. Now, in theory, connect, heavy water comes in, goes into here, and the redstone signal is on. And this is set to do things when the redstone signal is off. So you're getting more into here. Are we getting more into the system? Indeed we are, which means it's incorrect. So... Blah. What I need to do is make that a colored cable. Something. Actually, you know what? What I can do is actually this. We'll grab the network tool. Do this. Oink, 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 oink. And run this way above so that there shouldn't be any interference. Like that. And then we'll have one here and one there. Then this we'll remove, configure to place here. Because this is producing a ridiculous amount of heavy water. I don't need that much heavy water. So now, redstone. Now, is it stopping? It has stopped. So there we go. Alright. We are good. We are finished. We have our heavy water, and we can tick our thing that says we started to get materials for nuclear power put together. Though technically all the steel and the other things are also requirements, but you know, that's beside the point. I really wanted to get heavy water done and play around with the World Rift a little bit. So, got that done. Here. It's not just like, yeah, there's still a lot of pressure in there and the other thing. So, that's working. So now we can set it to something realistic, like 1,000 buckets. There we go. So that'll go up to 1,000, and then we'll get what we get. We'll have the jet fuel production doing its thing too. And that'll be it for today. I hope everyone enjoyed. Outside of the even the last little bit, I guess, where I got lost and confused and did math wrong and did things the wrong way. But I hope you guys had a great night. and continue to have one for as long as you're awake, or a day if you're in that part of the world. Otherwise, I will be back on Friday because it's my weekend. So I'll talk to you guys later. Hope you have a good one, and see you next time.